Yeah, I did.
Good for you.
Somebody else. Monday, 12 o'clock.
Nice.
Yeah, yourself.
Well, I'm working full-time, so I worked Friday,
Friday, yeah.
but.
Are you
I'm
back at
Tuesday,
school?
Wednesday, Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause there's
Driving back and
reports
forth?
in town.
Mm-mm. Oh, you don't have to? Mm-mm.
Big old thing over here.
Just do everything remotely.
Oh, that's great for you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of musicians in the
All right, well,
Patrick family.
I have no mic.
Now you do.
Cousin John is a musician.
Now you do? I think
You
she,
should be on.
I am. I'm on.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm on.
Brother-
Hi. By the way, I have 5 o'clock, so that begins our work session, starting with the XL Energy outage discussion. Who's going to be leading us in there?
we have, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ashley, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. It doesn't seem like the webcam is working though.
Oh, people. Okay. Do you see? That's okay. If you, Ashley, if you want to get started, you can introduce your team.
Okay. I can see the screen now in front of me, so that's good.
Great.
And we'll get going.
Do we have any additional volume?
I'm sorry.
I'm asking to get you louder.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
Can
at
you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Well, if we really concentrate.
yeah. Pass the chewing.
Ashley, you can get started. Thanks.
Okay, sure. Well, thank you all for having us here this evening. We appreciate the time to speak to you. For the record, I'm Ashley Valdez, Area Manager of Community and Local Government Affairs here in Southern Colorado. And with me today for XL Energy, I have Holly Velasquez Horvath, Regional Vice President of State Affairs and Community Affairs, Gil Salazar, Regional Vice President of Distribution, and Andrew Holder, Director of Community Relations for Colorado. Next slide. So here's a quick overview of what we will be covering today. We'll start with an outline of the current state of play with wildfire risk in Colorado, and then move into discussing XL Energy's ongoing wildfire mitigation work, operation settings, and then we're going to move into what we feel is most important, and that's to hear from you, your questions and your concerns. And we welcome the opportunity to hear from you, so we will keep our presentation brief, and then we can dive into questions and answer period. Next slide. As we continue to experience more extreme weather and drier conditions every year, wildfires are near an ongoing year-round threat in the region across the country, even in areas that haven't traditionally been wildfire prone. Colorado, of course, is no exception here. And we are seeing increased risk across the region and in the areas that we serve. Utilities across the country, together with their communities and state and local leaders, are working to eliminate the threats of catastrophic utility-caused wildfires by taking a range of actions. These actions together, rather than single solutions, will reduce wildfire risks and make our communities safer. XL Energy is committed to doing our part, and we will continue to make strategic investments to help protect our customers, communities, and the way of life here in Colorado. As wildfire risks continue to evolve, so do the tools we use to assess and mitigate risks. Our updated plan builds on work that we've already done and been executing to date, and then leverages new and improved technologies and resources. Next slide. So first of all, I wanted just to do a brief overview about why outages occur. The majority of the outages that affect electric service to customers occur in distribution systems, smaller lines that bring power into the communities and into homes and businesses. you will find that some of the main reasons that outages occur on this slide are things like severe weather. Sometimes we have vehicle accidents that can knock over distribution lines, for example. And then other times outages are part of our standard maintenance as we rebuild systems and lines in the area. And then of course we have risk mitigation efforts. Next slide, please. So this particular slide shows how we gauge classifications of outages according to the industry definitions defined by the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Standards. So those are the IEE standards. There are four main classifications. We have momentary outages, and as you can see from the slide, those are outages that are less than 5 minutes in duration. We also have sustained outages, and those are 5 minutes or greater in duration. We also have planned outages, and this will take place when we are rebuilding an area, for example. We often have our customers and public officials request that the company provide advance notice to customers, and generally we do that on a 48-hour notification. And when that happens, I am in touch with the city of Salida to let them know when those types of outages, the planned outages, are going to take place. And then finally, we have major events. Now, these major events could be a blizzard. They last for a specific time and location, which exceeds historical expectations of outages and the durations of at least a day. Those can be caused by blizzards, inclement weather, and then we can also have some challenges occasionally with system that we might run into. So next slide, please. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my supervisor, Director of Community Relations for Colorado, Andrew Holder, and he's going to talk about some of the different settings we have with wildfire settings in place now. Andrew?
Perfect. Thank you, Ashley. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, thank you for having us here this evening. Definitely want to go over here and kind of spotlight the Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, or EPSS, which is a proven wildfire mitigation tool that we have started to use here in Colorado, or PSCO service territory here in 2024. What it is, and you can kind of see from the diagram right here, is when EPSS is activated, power lines are more sensitive, and this can stop the flow of electricity to mitigate the risk of a wildfire ignition. It's intended to enhance public safety. There's a number of criteria that we use when we implement these settings onto our system here in the state of Colorado. But this is one of the things that I do want to highlight is, there's a potential that more, outages are more likely to occur because of those sensitivity settings. Power outages, if they do occur, are likely to last longer. That is due to the fact that our crews need to visually inspect the lines from the substation out to ensure that there's no any object or any damage to our overhead facilities before they re-energize the line. And this is strictly in the mindset of, de-risking the ignition, the potential ignition of a wildfire from our system and keeping public safety here at the forefront. Can you go to the next slide, please? But the other thing that I just wanted to touch on here briefly is just comparing EPSS to PSPS. For those who are aware, Public Service of Colorado performed a public safety power shutoff here in April. It affected a number of communities along the Front Range, especially in the Denver metro area. This is the tool of last resort. This is where power is proactively shut off for safety, and this is not a step that we take lightly. It's a mitigation tool when risk cannot adequately reduced by EPSS and other methods. So, like I said, this is the tool of absolute last resort. EPSS, or our enhanced power line safety settings, allows power lines to remain in service during periods of elevated wildfire risk, and generally speaking, it will be able to continue to keep our communities and our customers in service even when we have red flag warning days, low moisture on the ground, relative low humidity, or relative low fuel moisture as well. So there's a number of criteria that kind of implements these, but EPSS is one of the tools that we have in our toolbox, and PSPS is the tool of last resort that we've only implemented here once here in our service territories here in Colorado. You go to the next slide, please. So the other thing that I just kind of wanted to just touch on is, we kind of covered some of the tools that we do have in our toolbox, but there's a number of ongoing wildfire mitigation work that we have been doing here in the state of Colorado in our service territories, dating back to 2019 and even prior to that. Our first wildfire mitigation plan was filed in front of the Public Utilities Commission in 2019. That was a 3-year work plan from 2020 to 2023. You guys have, there's been a new wildfire mitigation plan that we put in front of the Public Utilities Commission here about 2 months ago. That is just like I said, kind of a reiteration or a version 2.0 of our wildfire mitigation plan. It's a 3-year work plan going from 2024 through 2026. And we're excited to see some of the things that we're going to be implementing into the wildfire mitigation plan. Outside of the EPSS or the PSPS tools, we're also going to be doing covered conductor, which is kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's insulating overhead conductor in strategic locations to mitigate wildfire risk. It's pole replacement. It's wire replacement. It's also implementing early detection cameras. We've had a partnership with Pano AI. We strategically place cameras around the Front Range or in high wildfire risks areas of the state to ensure that we get a good view. We partner with our emergency managers on those cameras to ensure that. So that's a number of different tools that we're actively looking at in our wildfire mitigation plan. If you guys would like to get more information on that, we would be happy to share that. That is a significantly large plan here for Xcel Energy. I believe if you guys are familiar with the regulatory process, we have close to 25 key witnesses to that wildfire mitigation plan. It's over 100 pages in length, and we're excited to go through the regulatory process to get that plan finalized. To go as we look at this next slide that you guys have pulled up here, one of the things that we want to talk about here is we are hyper aware of what Salida has been experiencing here year to date. One of the things that I did want to highlight, we've pulled a lot of information in regards to the outages that you guys have experienced. And one of the things that we did want to just touch on is we did want to let you guys know that we're hyper aware of the 4 outages that happened through mid-July through the first part of August. These outages were significantly related to the EPSS settings that we covered here previously. We have not had any PSPS shutoffs in Chaffee County area to date. Like I mentioned earlier, we've only iterated that tool one time, and that was generally around the Front Range. But those 4 outages did occur through our EPSS settings here in Salida. We also know that there's been a number of other outages, and our crews are actively working in the area to see what we can do to harden the system, to try to mitigate any of the outages that you guys haven't experienced. And then we'll just kind of continue to coordinate and communicate with you guys as we make progress on those updates. So that kind of concludes our presentation slide deck. If you want to go to the next slide, we do have Holly, myself, and Ashley Valdez here on the call here this evening to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Well, I mean, I have one just off the top of my head that from those 4 outages from mid-July to first part of August, do you know how long each one of those were? Momentary versus sustained as far as outages go?
I can speak to that. I don't have the exact data in front of me, but the 4 that I think were most impactful for the city of Salida, they were sustained outages. And because they were part of the new wildfire settings that we work under, we did require that our crews go and patrol the lines and have eyes on the system to make sure that there were not any hazards or things that would be of concern through wildfire mitigation. So those are the 4 that were quite a bit longer. I would be happy to put together a report to give you the exact information if that's something that you're interested in. But we do recognize that that was a considerable amount of time for the city of Salida to be out. I know the downtown area was challenged, happened right. One of them was during the Brewers Rendezvous. And on a Saturday when you all have just a ton of tourists and people in the community. So we apologize for that, but we do work to keep our communities as safe as we can when we're in those heightened wildfire settings.
Okay. Open up for other questions if anybody.
Yeah, I have a question, and I'm not sure really if this is for you or the county emergency manager, but when the power is down, is there a designated place for people to go who are on oxygen or using an ice machine because they're recovering from a hip replacement or a shoulder surgery? What do those people do?
Holly, would you like me to answer or take that one? I'm happy to. We work with the emergency manager's office. The challenge with this is it's new. And when things are new, we have to help educate the community as to how they can best be prepared in an emergency setting. There are some resources available to help folks with, say, backup batteries that they might need for medical equipment. We're working with our food banks and those types of groups as well, and just really reaching out with our community partners to be able to help mitigate some of those challenges that people have. I would equate it where we are now, because these are new settings and new to Colorado, actually new to a bunch of utilities across the nation. And it's kind of back many, many years ago when people would go and dig in their yards. They wouldn't necessarily do 811. They wouldn't call the 911. And so it's a matter of educating as to what they need there. And so we're happy to start reaching out to doing that. We do work with emergency management groups.
Okay, so it got real weird there, but what I'm hearing you say is that a person, like a care provider, would call 811 and ask for assistance to get power to a medical device. Am I getting that right?
No, I was doing a comparison to the 811, which is call before you dig, how that was a long-term education process. And so we're starting a new process now. We do have opportunities for our customers to keep there's a couple of things. One, if they can keep their account information current. A lot of people still have landlines for contacting. And so if they have a cell phone, that would be great to have. If they've got an email and can have that on their account, that would be important. But the other important item that they can do on their account is to add a medical alert to their account. And this helps us know who has those medical devices that will need attention. And it allows us to work with them as quickly as we can to reach out and help. So that's a process. It's available on our xlenergy.com through my account. And we'd be happy to get some information to you as to how folks can sign up. And I'd be happy to work with the emergency manager's office to help with that.
Yeah, I would love to have a handout since I work with older folks and they're commonly needing a lot of these things. I would love that. You could send it to Christy. She could get it to anybody else who needs it too.
Perfect. I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
And then my follow-up question is Excel using drones to inspect these lines so that it's not such a heavy lift to get people out into the mountains on the course of these lines?
Right. Andrew, Holly, do you want to field what we're doing with our technology?
Yeah, so we're implementing a number of different things, and I think that's a great place to kind of highlight. You know, I kind of mentioned the early wildfire mitigation cameras that we're using, but we're also using LiDAR equipment to get infrared visuals of our equipment, but we're also using drones to help speed up the restoration process where it's applicable. I mean, to manage expectations, there's a number of criteria of what the weather conditions need to look like. We can't have more than 25-mile-an-hour winds to fly drones, but we are absolutely using those resources and tools when they're applicable for a number of different reasons.
Thank you so much.
So how close is your nearest inspection crew to a potential issue that we would have out here?
They're right in the Salida office.
So like,
They
what,
live and work in the area.
so what would their like average time of to inspect the line be then? What are we like looking at as far as their?
It really would depend on where the outage is. And, there's different sections of line where that comes in to our substations and the feeders. So it would vary. I can work with our operations to get a little bit of a better feel for that, but it really just varies on the situation. I know when we were doing the restoration for the Brewers Rendezvous that particular weekend on July 13th, they were making all of their, assessments. And as they went, they were going ahead and restoring line as they could. One of the challenges they had was just getting through the downtown area, because as good for you all that there were so many folks downtown. So they were able to work their way through that. So again, the situation's going to vary just depending on where the outage is.
Okay. With the, thanks for the explanation on the EPSS system. It would be very helpful for us to understand, it sounds like we are going to see outages going forward with that program implemented. It would be really helpful to understand what Xcel's doing to reduce the length of those outages and to make sure that you're staffed appropriately to inspect the lines as the program requires.
Absolutely. Andrew, would you like to speak to that one?
Yeah, absolutely. And just for this team's awareness, I had Holly come over to our office. I guess the audio was struggling in regards to Gilbert Salazar or Holly joining on. So I do have Holly here in my office when I do come off mute. We are actively looking at how we look at mitigating restoration timelines. There's a number of things that we're going to be implementing in our wildfire mitigation plan. Some more next generation devices that can be installed onto our system that can potentially help pinpoint where an outage occurs on our system. Those type of communication devices communicate back to the control center that actually is here in Golden. And that being able to kind of look at exactly where an outage occurs is going to help our crews kind of systematically respond to where an outage is, which inherently will lower that restoration time. In regards to staffing up, our wildfire mitigation team has had a number of different job postings in regards to how we're going to staff internally. We have several meteorologists. We have a number of different program managers that are helping us manage the workload for the wildfire mitigation plan and the efforts that are going to be moving forward. In regards to frontline crews, I can't sugarcoat this for you guys. Obviously we have strong partnerships with our IBE local 111 and a number of other union workforces, but this is a challenge that the entire country's seeing. We're seeing, we're going to continue to partner with a lot of our local institutions to get, different apprenticeship programs continuing to move forward. But, there is a nationwide shortage of frontline workers, especially that are technically trained to work on electric facilities.
Other questions?
I did want to let you all know that the connection is really quite garbled. There's a lot of background noise, and it would be really nice to see you here in person to give this presentation. Especially, I'm having trouble with the two acronyms, the EPSS and the PSPS. It's really tough to hear which one you're referring to in your presentation. My question was, you might have just mentioned it, I had a hard time hearing. Are other communities going through something similar? Is this a Salida specific issue?
Now, I will tell you that we have had other areas going through because we have implemented these procedures across Colorado. The valley, the lower valley, San Luis Valley, for example, had their, outages fairly early on. And I think it might have to do with just weather conditions. The valley is typically a little bit drier and a little bit hotter than the Salida area. So Salida came on a little bit later in the season, but we have had challenges across the service territory as we work to mitigate wildfires. We've actually had, some wildfires that have come up, not because of us or anything, but just, it's the nature of summer being hot, campfires and what have you. I can tell you, we did have, because of the new technology that we are using, we did have an instance in Summit County a week or so ago where a campfire apparently was not put out sufficiently. And the cameras and the work that we're doing with our technology allowed the first responders to see that there was smoke in an area before they could actually even visually see it. Our cameras detected it. And so we were able to respond quickly. So we do have some really great technology that's helping us with it. But in these first phases of it, it has been a challenge as we've implemented it. And I just apologize to you all for the inconvenience and the outages that you've experienced. It is, not what I would like to see, but we're happy we're here to talk with you. And we can certainly come back at another time and do the full presentation. This one's abbreviated because we did want to spend a lot of time on your questions this evening.
One more.
Okay.
I mean, we have our emergency operations staff here, so if we have time, I would love to hear from them about how that affects us on a day when we have a big festival, not our biggest festival, but a big festival
Right.
here in town.
Yeah.
If you all want
One of the beer drinking
to
kinds.
let us know what's Plan B when we have a power outage during the beer festival.
Sure. Plan B for us is we generally have a generator that operates at the firehouse. We're able to generate normally, and so does most of the emergency operations in the city. Unfortunately, we're struggling to keep the old firehouse going. It's 124 years old, and it's been a real struggle to keep that one going. So our emergency generator goes down. We have to go to handheld radios, and then we're opening and closing our doors manually.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, and Chief, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I'll just add, we too have a generator that kicks on the second power goes out, and so does the communications center up at the dispatch, so we're covered if power goes out.
Thank you.
And my question was for both of you, I suppose, or one. So when these power outages occur, are you receiving a bunch of calls or more calls during this time? And
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We tend to have more calls. Like Councilwoman
Yes.
Papenport reported that emergency oxygen tanks, a lot of them are electrically powered, so we'll have calls for that type of thing. Generally, those folks will have a supply of oxygen. If not, we can try to help them out. But yes, our calls go up. The alarm systems activate. There are a bunch more calls that do activate as soon as we lose power.
I thought that would be the case. No more calls to the police station or any of that dispatch?
It really doesn't affect us too much on
No.
call volume. It's about the same as it is with power or without.
Okay. So, safety risk involved in the points that you brought up, council member. Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions?
Well, rather than a question, I'd like to say I certainly appreciate the fire mitigation efforts. It's critical, and I understand it's a heavy lift, and that anytime that we're evolving technology, it's going to be hard and there's going to be problems. So I really appreciate you sharing this information with us.
Yeah, and to continue sharing that information and making sure that we know that time for inspection, we can track that and track our outages and see if we can make some of them more momentary than sustained. Be appreciated. Anything else? I think
If I may, I just want to say that, thank you guys for your partnership, and I echo everything that Ashley, kind of stated. We're we're doing everything we can to mitigate wildfire risk, but this is a learning opportunity, not only for ourselves, but how we're going to continue to partner and communicate with our customers and our communities. We're going to get better. This is not going to be, a repetitive deal where we're going to learn our lessons along the way. We're going to continue to get better, figure out better partnerships that we can do with our communities to provide them essential services. And we just thank you guys for your patience as we work through this. And to echo Ashley's comments, we kind of went through an abbreviated version of the slide point presentation, but if you guys are willing, we're completely open to the idea of having attended your guys' meeting here in person here in the upcoming months to go through the wildfire mitigation plan in more detail.
That would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
I think we have next steps for that. And moving on to the proposed 2025 budget.
2025. How did it get to be 2025?
1 year at a time.
Good evening, council and treasurer. We have been hard at work on our budget, and we are ready to present it to you tonight. And next slide, please. Can I flip? Is it on a PowerPoint, or do I just
You
need
should
to-
be able to flip it. Let me put it on
Okay.
full screen.
I'm going to. Cool.
Oh, you got it.
Yay, that's the first time ever it's worked for me. We'll start out by talking about what is the budget. And basically, these are some canned definitions I got by Googling what is a budget. But it's a plan for how we're going to spend our money next year, in the upcoming year. And we are required to work through a budget every year and submit that budget to the state. And then it's also a legal document in that we are constrained in our spending by the budget. Even if we get grant funds, unexpected revenue that comes in during the year, we cannot spend that if it's not specifically in the budget. Just interesting fact. We can amend the budget so that we can spend it, but we have to go through that process to be able to actually spend it. Oops, wrong way. There's two documents that my office produces every year: the annual comprehensive financial report and the budget. And I thought it would be good to go over the difference between them. I've actually, in my career, have had people confused because they don't line up and they don't understand why the numbers are different, accuse me of keeping two sets of books, frankly. It's like, no, that's not it. The comprehensive financial report looks backwards. It's a historical document. It looks at the year that has just passed. It includes audited financial statements. All the numbers in there are very accurate. They've been fully reconciled. They've been audited. It follows a strict presentation format, and it's an actual financial results of the previous year, basically. Whereas a budget document is forward-looking. It's looking at the spending plan, and the numbers are all obviously estimates because we can't. We had they're of course, educated estimates. We do our best to be as accurate as we possibly can, but we don't know what the actual numbers are going to be until we incur them. So we monitor throughout the year. Every month we look at monthly to actual performance against the budget and make sure that we're tracking well with it. Finance Committee is especially responsible for that task. And as we move through the year, if our spending plan changes, if something comes up, we get a new grant or an emergency happens, we can amend our spending plan and add more funds, take funds away, whatever the case may be. Okay. Fun facts. I think they're fun. There are 9 funds, separate balancing sets of funds within the city's financial structure. Within those funds, there are 15 departments, and there are, I like to say thousands of accounts because it's more impressive, but I thought, and there are, but I thought, okay, how many are we actually using that are active? Meaning we've used them within the last 2 years. There's 591 active accounts. And the accounts are, the line item details. That would be like salaries, supplies, legal expense, utilities, contracts, that sort of thing. Of all of the funds, the 9 funds that we have, we spend most of our time on the budget in the general fund. That's where most of the funding flexibility is, where most of the decisions, where you have decisions to make. Other funds will go over those funds, but basically they are restricted for special purposes. The revenue that comes into those funds can only be spent on the purpose of that fund. We use base level funding for the city of Salida. And basically what that is I start everybody out and working on the budget with a base level of funding. And the base level is based on historical spending that people have gone through in order to serve, what it costs to do their normal types of services for the city. And then each department, and it very much is a team effort putting a budget together, each department looks at those base numbers. They either agree to them or not. Sometimes they have better information than I do when I provided them about a contract that's going to increase or about, some standard cost that is a little bit different than what it has been. And, but what their task is to ask for anything new, any new equipment, any new program, any new grant, whatever they can see coming at them that they need to spend next year. That's what we're going to focus on. We're not going to look at the base level funding. We're only going to look at the new request, okay? And I have a complete list. The Finance Committee's already gone through that. And you will soon know what's in that list. And we all do a really good job working together. I will tell you, I love working with our team on the budget. Here we go. And City Council's role in the process, I'm going to let Christy handle these next 2 slides.
Yeah, so I wanted to include this in here since some of you were new to the process and just kind of level set for everyone. As Amy mentioned, we have gone through all of the requests from department heads and been pretty sticky about it. Amy and I have the kind of getting down into a lot of the whys and what fors with the budget. So bringing this to you then, we're hoping that you will look at this process in your role in it as helping us with the policy direction that you all are interested in moving forward, because the budget is like the policy document. It is the council putting value on different activities within the community by putting a dollar to it. So if you can think of that as your role throughout this process is setting the policy. As you know, you hold the fiduciary responsibility as elected officials to manage and set the budget. You have that authority through Colorado Revised Statute to protect public interest, and part of that is through financial obligations. You hire staff and appoint boards that help you do that. So again, working internally at the department level, we are here to further your mission by putting this together based on your direction. Providing communication with us, letting us talk to you and be honest about what we're seeing in the numbers and how things are kind of looking as we move forward. And then we're hoping that in the end, you're supportive of staff. Obviously, you don't have to take what we're giving you, but it should be that kind of conversation between you as the elected official and staff here. If you go to the next one. So just some things to think about, right? Money can kind of get people a little tense because you are putting a value to things in the community. So when I worked for the state, I talked to a lot of elected officials and councils and commissions about how maybe to think about going into the budget process is just really being professional and thinking about the community as a whole and not looking at individual projects necessarily, but thinking big picture, being good stewards of the funds that we have available. You're going to hear a lot tonight about flexibility in the general fund, but also really not that much flexibility because there is not a lot to be flexible with, to be honest with you. So thinking about how we're being good stewards with the funding that we have, and we need you to be the decision makers throughout all of this. So just wanted to throw that out there a little bit.
There is line item detail for anyone who really wants to dig into it. Oh, no.
Hard copy.
And the reason I made this slide very ugly is because the line item details don't tell a really good story. It's hard to look at the actual line, but it usually, it poses questions. It's a good way to, why did this line go up? Why did this one go down? Things like that. So it's a good analysis to look at that line item detail. And it is available online. If you want to click on the Here button, I think it takes you there. I think it even works. It's more efficient to focus on reviewing the new spending request rather than looking at the raw line items is my suggestion. In the list of general fund requests are included in the line item detail, and because this slideshow is copied there. Sometimes I have to push this button several times. Okay, we have two different fund types: the governmental funds, of which the general fund is about 50% of that section, and enterprise funds. Enterprise funds are funds that operate like a business. They are not supported with tax revenue. They are supported with fees for service. And in City of Salida's case, that's the water fund and the wastewater fund. That represents 22% of our whole budget is the water and wastewater fund. Very specific types of projects and spending that could be done in those two funds, obviously, and that's delivering water service and wastewater service. And the governmental funds, we'll talk about a little bit more after that, but let's go ahead and knock out that 22% right now by bringing David up here. He has the biggest chunk of the budget.
Biggest budget, least amount of slides, hopefully. I guess I'll get us started here. Just to note in the mission there, probably one of the biggest items that relates to the financial side in our mission is to be proactive in addressing maintenance needs in order to reduce long-term costs. So certainly age, the condition of our assets, and growth impacts all are a factor that come into play when doing budgeting for line replacements and upsizing and those sorts of projects. So next slide. Kind of have it broken out in operational and planning side of things, and then also I'll go over some capital project items. On the operational and planning, had three main items noted. The biggest one that really is the foundation for our future health, financial health of our utility enterprise fund is having an up-to-date rate study. And I've been working with Amy and Ellers on that probably for a good part of a year now. I know they've certainly been a little bit sidetracked trying to look at models and this and that on the Poncha Sewer project, but I think they are about ready to hopefully jump back on this and get it wrapped up. Hopefully by the end of the year. So looking at the rate study, it's not only our user rates, which they did look at about 3 to 4 years ago. So that's the monthly charges that people pay and go towards more of the operational side of things like staffing, day-to-day type costs, and line replacements. And then the item that they are evaluating more in depth is really the system development fees, which wasn't looked at last go around. And it's been getting close to 10 years since that's thoroughly been evaluated and updated. So more forthcoming on that item. Other items on the operations side, certainly wrapping up the Poncha trunk line design and having that fully shovel ready as things move forward. There's just a lot that needs to fall into play, as everything from CDOT right away, regulatory items, to just wrapping up design details on that. And the other item, engineering-wise, is starting to look at a feasibility study for a surface water treatment plant. We have 3 water sources for the city. 2 are relatively Pasquale's more or less new. The gallery site is pretty well upgraded. There's some things in the next 5 to 10 years we'd like to further upgrade there, but really it's a surface water plant that we're needing to start looking at alternatives for down the road. On the capital project side of things, we have a new water tank proposed off of County Road 120. It'd be sitting next to the adjacent water tank. Water tanks are sized based off of peak day demands that a community has. There's pretty directs very much with peak day water usage, and for us that's in the summertime when that peak day hits. And so certainly as we look at water conservation down the road, these are a sort of projects that can potentially get delayed as more water is conserved and that peak day demand goes down. But we really are at a point, as noted in some engineering studies, to add some water storage. And so that's one item that we have noted. Second, sanitary sewer line replacement work. This is pretty much an ongoing annual project that you'll see, and it's based off of the age and life expectancy of sewer lines. It's kind of averaged out and over time, and that's what we try to shoot for each year on that or it's going to creep up with time, but 400,000 is about what we've been spending there year after year. And lastly, the line replacements for lead and copper regulation compliance. This is a EPA-driven thing that has changed in recent years. We've had to work on doing all communities, all public water systems had to survey water services, and a lot of the lines out there, we have more galvanized lines, but based off the EPA guidance, you still have to replace a certain percentage of those a year. And so that's something that is being having to be implemented by the water utility. And so that is a line item as well in the capital projects. So, and the way we generally already meet that compliance is we replace them with road projects. For example, out on Oak Street, about 30 lines were replaced last month as part of that project. On Poncha Boulevard, we had, I think it was close to 70 lines that were replaced. So we generally try to replace them when roads are being torn up already. With the downtown improvements that we got grant funding for, there'd be some line replacements in the downtown this next year, but that's the sort of thing that that goes towards.
Sorry.
No, I'm all done.
I was thinking, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He gets to come back again because he has so many funds. So that's just basically a summary of our utility funds, okay? Then we have the governmental funds, and the general fund is a second bar from the left, that tall red bar, capital funds. In 2024, which is the group on the left, that was the fire station. As you can see, that was a massive project, way bigger than what we're used to. Looking forward into 2025, that capital fund line is very, very small. So basically, we have no capital projects. I will talk about what is in there in a later slide deck. But then we have the general fund, the streets fund, the housing fund, and all other funds, which consist of the, these funds: the lodging tax fund, the economic development fund, and the conservation trust fund. So this group of funds is just a very small portion of our whole budget. I mean, yes, they're important. And I'll go over what they are. The lodging tax fund is funded by the occupational lodging tax. We get about $400,000 a year. It's, the full amount that we collect is transferred to the general fund because by our state code, that money supports park and rec and arts and culture operations. And so the full amount we collected in the occupational lodging tax fund and then transfer it right back into the general fund. Then we have the economic development fund that is supported by up to 2% of sales tax. We pay the parking lot leases out of that fund because, you know, those parking lot leases help with economic development in the community. We also pay our chamber and Chaffey County EDC dues. We've recognized we only need 1% of the sales tax allocation to support those activities. And so since our general fund is so much tighter than usual, I'm recommending that we only put 1% into the economic development fund rather than put money that we don't plan on spending in there to build up reserves, and instead put it in the general fund. The Conservation Trust Fund is restricted fund. It's for collecting and spending the lottery fund allocation that comes from the state. We get about $70,000 per year. We are expecting an accumulation of funds of $260,000, including the allocation that is going into the fund in 2025. And again, because the general fund is so tight this year, I'm recommending that money be transferred into the general fund to support parks maintenance. Sorry, now we're moving from the smaller funds to the larger. So now we'll go to the housing fund. And I don't know, is Bill here? Do you want to talk about that fund? Are you sick, Bill?
Oh, you want to move the slide one?
This
Or are
is
you
just
afraid you're going to get sick talking budget?
pretty much. Apologize, I am a little bit under the weather. Do we have it on the next slide, though?
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so as you know, the housing fund is primarily funded through the short-term rental taxes. We also get a little bit of that funding from inclusionary housing fees in lieu of construction. So I believe these were the numbers collected last year. Was that the 876? Collected in 2023.
That's the amount we're projecting.
Oh, that's projected for 2025, I'm sorry. And the inclusionary housing fees, which certainly can vary depending on the amount of construction going on in any given year. That housing fund is meant to be used for affordable housing, and it is termed, in the ordinance fairly generally to allow for a variety of different expenditures. The projects that we're anticipating spending that on in 2025 may include the South Arc infrastructure design work, as well as potentially some of the actual build out there in the South Arc neighborhood. We're getting started with the design work now. And really gap funding for the First and D apartments as we're going after the funding for construction right now, and really don't have a fantastic idea of how much is going to be needed to actually get that project off the ground as soon as possible. I will throw in there that there's a chance as well, we're hoping that it gets covered this year. We've talked about this before, but independent senior living, low-income project on the east side of town. We're still working through the negotiations on that one. Hopefully we can expense that this year, but it may carry over potentially to 2025. So I just want to give you all a heads up on that. But this is one of those funds that you really do want to try to allow to grow over a period of time so that you can go ahead and leverage all that for some of the larger projects and get a little bit bigger bang for the buck. So.
David?
All right, moving on to the streets division. Just a note, I guess mission and goals similar to the utility fund, pretty infrastructure based in that regard. Core services, I think it's pretty straightforward, but everything from sidewalks to our typical street sections, but also there's storm sewer, street sweeping, a lot of other items that go into those core services. Next slide. So on the budget side of things, we have operational and planning again, separate from capital projects. We have the design underway currently for State Highway 291 from Marvin Park out to past Mesa Drive, almost to Rush Drive, the hospital entrance. And so that is coming along nicely. It looks like that will be submitted to first draft to CDOT here in about 2 weeks. So it's moving right along. I did note on here Illinois Avenue, Scott Street, certainly with the fire station nearing completion. Those are still on the city's radar. A lot with Illinois tying in to Oak Street is dependent on getting the Oak Street project completed, and that is also underway. So this is kind of a project that we know needs to happen, but with all these CDOT local agency projects, which we are fortunate to have underway, they also do consume funding, and with construction costs being a little bit variable, that has had been extended down the road a bit, I guess I would say. Lastly, we could remove that south arc from the street division, even though technically I'm pretty involved with it. It's not a part of the street fund. As Bill noted, that's a housing fund project. And then on the capital project side of things, we have the Oak Street Phase 2. I'm calling it Phase 2. Really, it's one project, but the second half of Oak Street's going to be constructed here in 2025 just due to when it got bid out and the construction season and what can get accomplished in a certain amount of time. I don't know if anyone's been over there, but the asphalt was all recycled this past week, which is a pretty cool process, and it saves the city a lot of money. And even though I know it feels like there's a lot of truck traffic, and there is in town, by recycling that asphalt in place, it significantly reduces costs and the amount of trucking to bring in base material, because the existing asphalt is basically pulverized and is now our base material. So that second phase is kind of wrapping around the corner there, and that will be next spring into early summer. The Safe Routes to School project, this is one that some of you on council may not even be aware of, because it's just the timing of CDOT clearances and this and that. Some of these roll into years, but there is a project to put in sidewalks along US 50 from Holman out to Walmart on the north side, as well as the rest of Holman Avenue from Highway 50 up to the Spur Trail, the Stryker Trail, and a couple like push beacon type crossings of Highway 50 are in that, and I'm very hopeful that will go into construction this next summer. We have asphalt maintenance, which is similar to the sewer line replacement. This is a project just to keep up with aging existing asphalt infrastructure. And probably another exciting project that you are, I'm sure, aware of is that downtown ADA streetscape improvement project, which improves the corners at 2nd and F, 3rd and F, and 2nd and G. Put in kind of bump outs, new crosswalks, some landscape improvements, bike parking, landscaping, those sorts of things. We were fortunate to get a sizable DOLA grant to fund the majority of those improvements. And so that is a project that is slated for next year, as well as, I guess the last item on here is not currently in the budget, but it's kind of like the Illinois project, where I want to keep it on your radar, is County Road 105 bridge. It's out there, crosses the South Arkansas River, and I think as the river restoration work starts to take shape, certainly that project hopefully can sort of get dovetailed into that. But I feel like we need to wait to see how a couple of these bigger projects bid out to know what our fund balance is like before we can move forward with it. So.
And I'm glad he ended that comment with fund balance, because that's what I want to talk about next. Whenever we put a budget together, we have to check to see if we can afford it or not. People don't get everything they want. We don't have unlimited resources. We have unlimited wants, but we do not have unlimited resources. So what we do is we look at the projected ending fund balance for this year, and we do that based on, we have 23 actual results that are behind us, and we know what the fund balance is at the end of the year. And fund balance is the reserves that you have built up. You know, every year you collect money, you spend money, but you don't usually spend everything that you collect. You need to save some for cash flow, you need to save some for future projects. Sometimes you just have savings, you know, that you're able to spend later. So this is the accumulation, everything that we have in the fund. And we know what it is as of 2023. I have a projection of how we're going to impact that during 2024. And so the beginning balance is what I expect us to have in fund balance at the end of this year. And then we look at the budget, requested budget revenues, and the requested budget spending, and come to what we have at the end of the year. And then I compare the ending fund balance with what we have in our fund balance policy, think about our long-term plans, what other projects we have down the road. And our fund balance policy, by the way, that previous councils adopted, is that we will not spend below, unless we have a reason to, 25% of our operating expenses each year. And that applies, in this case, to the water fund, the wastewater fund, economic development fund, and streets fund. We can fully spend out the housing fund, conservation trust fund, and lodging tax revenue fund each year. There's no limit on that. But anyhow, this little test says that we've met the fund balance policy. We feel like the balance that we're going to have at the end of the year is a healthy balance. We feel that we can afford the proposed budget for each of these funds. And next, we'll talk about the general and capital funds. And just a little reminder, capital fund was very big last year. It's down to nothing this year. The general fund is the city's primary operating fund. It is about 40% of our whole budget. It accounts for all the financial resources of the city except for those required to be accounted for in another fund. And again, this is where we spend most of our budget energy, is in this fund. And I view the capital fund as being very closely related. In most years, the general fund has supported the capital fund if they had projects that there isn't a whole lot of money moving into the capital fund. It's just a sales tax allocation. And that's what supports the general fund. So they share resources back and forth quite a bit. But any big project, by big, over $50,000, that isn't just buying a piece of equipment, you know, it's an actual project, is funded for in the capital improvement fund. Okay, here, for our purposes, I've combined the fund balances. Usually there isn't hardly any fund balance at the end of the year in the capital improvement fund. You know, we spend what goes into that fund. But anyhow, here are the two funds combined. The projected beginning fund balance with the revenues less expenses for what's in the 2025 budget. Seems so. I was born in 1961. That's like, I'm getting old. The budgeted ending fund balance is $2,075,000. Our fund balance policy level is $2,800,000. So we are slipping below the fund balance policy minimum with this proposed budget. However, when we talked about building the fire station and we looked at our long-term plan, that is exactly what was predicted in that long-term plan, that it was going to take a couple of years to right ourselves and to be able to absorb the cost of that fire station, okay? We are actually about, the financial management plan prediction was a fund balance level of about $1.9 million right now. So we're, you know, slightly better than that. We're pretty much on track though. But we are $725,000 below the policy minimum. I do want to point that out. I don't like it. I'm sure a lot of you don't like it. It would be painful to cut sufficient funds to get to that level, but it's kind of risky not to. I mean, we're betting that we're going to start building sales tax again, that the community's going to stay healthy and that sort of thing, by going forward with this budget. I will say the Finance Committee looked at all of the requests for new funding, and they had some concerns with what was proposed for the general fund. And they have stated, and I don't know if you want to talk to this or do you want me to continue to talk, that the committee was concerned about committing to proposals that have a long-term financial impact, like a step-and grade pay plan, not necessarily the pay plan, but moving to market pay for those employees. And an apparatus replacement fund, which is a fund where we put money into it each year and save to replace the apparatus equipment down the road. And so our fire chief will be presenting those proposals in his discussion, but just wanted you to know that the Finance Committee did raise some concerns about that because it's a long-term commitment and it's a tight year to get started on that. Is that basically it?
Yeah, I think that's really close. We did take a good look across everything, and as a committee, we agreed to those recommendations.
And now we'll go through each of the general fund departments. And one department that's called administration, and it consists of many different offices, the city administrator's office, elected officials, the finance department, human resources, legal counsel, and the city clerk's office as well. And we all have our own mission and goals. Do you want to discuss them, or just you guys could read through those?
I just wanted to share with council in case it was new for some of you to get a picture of what each of the departments and offices are up to.
Yeah.
It's
And the city clerk's office as well has their mission.
And just as a reminder for those of
Mine
you
is
that
so
have been around.
beautifully written. I feel like reading it out loud. But
This is your time to shine, so you
it's
can
just
do it.
everything good that happens comes out of the finance office. Everything nerdy, how's that? Our budget requests, though, we are proposing a 3% COLA for our employees. There's a cost to that, and it's another ongoing cost. The cost to the general fund is $99,000 for that. Something we're kind of stuck with that we can't do. I'm sorry.
Amy, really quick. So as you're going through and like as all the departments go through everything, should we keep in mind that like 725,000 that we are below the, like, should we keep that in mind as we're like how?
I think it's important for you to be aware of it. I think we're all uncomfortable with it, but we and the previous council kind of committed to going forward with the fire station, recognizing that was probably going to be the case. We don't want to hurt services. We don't want to hurt the forward path that the city is on.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're probably going to have a tight couple of years. But just keep it in mind, and if there's anything that just jumps out at you as maybe we can wait on that, then I think it's fair game, okay?
And one more question there, Amy. Are those two asks that you mentioned previously included in that amount?
They are. Yes, those have not been removed yet. They were part of the recommended budget that we took to Finance Committee. So that will be a decision that you have to make. Do you want to agree to that or take them out?
Okay, thank you.
We also just received news, I think this happened after the Finance Committee meeting, that our medical insurance benefit increased 5.5%. The rates are going up 5.5%, 8% for dental. The impact to the general fund is about $59,000 for that. I think our increase was lower than a lot of other cities are experiencing. I know the the finance director with BB did call me, and his rate, I think, was 12% increase, so made me feel better about our 5.5. I am, to help balance the fund, I am increasing the sales tax allocation by lowering the allocation from the Economic Development Fund and the Capital Fund. And that's a one-time, thing that we, that we can do every year, but that means we're not doing capital projects for a number of years, which is what we anticipated going into this. We have given up a position, the administrative coordinator position in our department. And one thing that the timing is a little bit bad, but you did hear from the airport. There is a fuel farm and taxiway project that has been in the works for a number of years. They got a very significant grant for that. We have an intergovernmental relationship with Chaffey County to fund that. So our portion of the funding on those two projects is $602. We pretty much have to do it. There's a reserve for possible remodel associated with relocating the state office of the Department of Motor Vehicles. You all saw the need for that, or hopefully agreed that there is a need for that. $100,000. We don't know for sure that will need to be spent, but it's in the proposed budget. Next year is an election year. The cost for that is $15,000. We have proposed purchasing some new software to help with the multiple core requests we get, $5,500. We have a new budget for the Finance Committee of $3,000. That's so that they can get training or hire a consultant if need be, if something, just something to have in reserve so that they have a little bit of flexibility. And it is called for in our municipal code that the Finance Committee should have some sort of budget. We typically put a contingency reserve in the general fund to manage unplanned things that come up. We always let you make the decision of when you want to spend that funds. If something is presented during the year that isn't specifically in the budget, rather than amending the budget, you have the option to go to this $100,000 reserve. Or if we have an emergency that we have to spend funds for, if something breaks that we weren't planning on breaking, obviously. And then we also put funds in for an internship to help with sustainability work, but we're expecting that to be offset with a grant, so it's a zero impact. We have revenue and expense in the same amount.
Amy, if the intern were to leave early, we're still committed to the whole $31,000.
I don't think so. We wouldn't pay them if they weren't doing their work.
But AmeriCorps worked that way. We had to pay them when they left, whether or not they were there.
Okay.
So I would like you to check into that and let us know for sure.
Okay. I mean, we don't have an intern. It's all still a work in process.
Yeah, but just what is the policy if they do leave early?
Yeah,
That's all.
okay.
I just am curious.
I don't think we would pay somebody if they weren't working here.
It depends on the
Yeah,
contract
yeah.
you signed.
Um,
I'd like
And
to get paid
now?
like that.
let Tina, and poor Tina was not here to develop the budget, but she has to present. She was out of country, I think.
Yeah, Tina, she can do it.
Yeah.
Hello, Council. Thank you. I think it's really important to go ahead and read through the mission and core services. Just a reminder, I mean, what an incredible community and a wonderful benefit. So mission, operate high-quality, attractive event spaces and provide diverse, fun, affordable, and high-quality cultural programming and educational opportunities for the community. Core services provide facilities and services for meetings, conferences, workshops, weddings, special events, theater, art, concert productions, community gatherings, local, regional, state, and national groups. Serve as the anchor to the state-certified Salida Creative District. Present annually a variety of fun, educational, and inspiring experiences, events, and programming for community members, and work in conjunction with other arts, nonprofits, and civic organizations. Support local creatives by providing training, services, and opportunities. Assist the Public Art Commission and manage the City of Salida Channel 191, City of Salida YouTube channel, and City of Salida social media pages. Okay, so a lot of programming and events. Just some reminders about some things that are coming up that address all of these. Currently, we have our free events. Our final summer concert is this Thursday. First Friday, this Friday, Bike Day, Ride Downtown. We have the Salida Community Mosaic Project happening, Salida Theater Festival acting workshops, art walk, and free theater for youth performance by Creed Rep. So a lot happening with arts and culture all the time. But let's go ahead and look at some numbers. Next slide, please. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, so working with Amy, number one there, just being really sensitive about the entire numbers and making everything work. So reducing the amount for Public Arts Commission for 2025. And just to address 2024, they will be spending all of their funds for this current year, 2024. Those projects are the sculpture that's will be installed soon by the skate park, the Salida Community Mosaic Project, Salida Art Walk, and also some signage. So they are on track to complete all of their budget for this year. Okay, let's go to marquee enhancement. If you have not seen the marquee outside of the steam plant, then you're probably, if you haven't seen it, it's the letters don't stay in. It's been falling apart. It's been repaired several times. So this is a necessity for all of the groups that use the marquee, so that everyone knows what's happening there. Then let's talk about the deferred projects. I want to start with number 2 there. Increase storeroom capacity and efficiency at both the steam plant and Scout Hut. So this is specifically addressing storage in terms of all the tables, the furniture, the efficiency in terms of the staff members having to, the facilities crew touching things 2 and 3 times in terms of making all of that, the storage work for the different events, whether they're at the steam plant, the annex, or the Scout Hut. But it's also, if you can keep in mind that backstage is also a space for art making. So every professional theater has a space backstage that needs room for actors, sets, costume, a small shop. So that's will be deferred, so we can be mindful of the entire budget. And then the last one there, improving, reworking office space at the steam plant, because there are about sometimes maybe 8 people crammed into the box office space. So looking at that in the near future as well. Okay, thank you.
We thought it was important, this is the first slide that we've done it on, to also let you know what we were cutting out of the budget. So those last 2 things were cut out. And the Public Art Commission, we did leave in $44,600. But it's a reduction over what they got last year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And thank you, Christy and Amy, while David's coming up, for fixing the leading. This is so much easier to read. Well, it looks different on the big screen.
I think maybe in the format, because I looked at it, I don't know, in different formats.
It somehow got better.
Yeah, exactly.
So, thank you.
Nice.
Sorry, I did have a question about the Arts and Culture District.
About what? I'm sorry.
Just like the last department we just heard from Tina. Also, Tina, congratulations on your personal grant that you got. That's awesome.
Yes, congratulations.
I noticed that for revenue in 23, we had registration fees that brought in $32,000. This year, we're estimating to bring in $800, and next year we're estimating to bring in $600,000. I just don't know if we did we stop registration fees for the steam plant and then we're gonna restart them?
I'm gonna, if you wouldn't mind saving the line item numbers if you wouldn't mind emailing that to me, I'm gonna have to go in and actually look at the line items. There might have been something, I don't know what you're referring to exactly.
Okay.
But nothing strikes me as an off-the-top answer for that. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind emailing, and then I could answer at the next presentation so everybody,
Has the same info.
yeah, can benefit from the answer. Okay.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll spare you the gory details, but as you know, community development has its hands in a wide variety of things and basically interacts with each and every department on some level or another. From the obvious like building permit side, land use applications that we receive, long-term planning, economic development side of things, we have a lot going on in our department. And so for the 2025 budget, we are jumping back into the land use code rewrite here very shortly, awaiting a consolidated draft of that for staff review here in the coming weeks. It is pretty apparent that this is going to take us into next year, and so we've written in some funding to help finish up that project, hopefully by next summer. I'll be realistic about it at this point. A variety of other professional services related to a lot of the city projects that we have going on out at South Arc, the senior living project, and others where we require professional services, be it surveyors or wetlands reporting or whatever additional information that we need to be able to move forward with some of these projects. We do have some new staff on board, and we also have new planning commissioners, historic preservation commissioners, and we want to keep them up to date on all the information, rules, ethics, trends, and such. And so we budget in appropriate amounts for those trainings, which often are out of town. We have needed to postpone plans for an online building and land use permitting system. We do want to try to get that implemented one of these days. However, the costs to that really seem pretty prohibitive at this point, given our budgetary situation. So.
Hi, guys, thank you. We go to the next slide. You guys all know what the fire department does. We do a lot more than people think. You noticed that there was some information that the finance committee didn't want you to approve, something that we had going, so I needed to delve into that just a little bit. I think there might be a little bit of miscommunication about our budget plan. The improvements that we're trying to make to staff are solely funded by the South Arkansas Fire Protection District. So that money, those guys want to enter into an IGA with us, the city of Salida, to help improve our fire protection district. So a little background on the fire protection district is they actually started in 1954, and we've had a relationship with them. I want you to think of it as Salida in the middle, and everything around Salida is the South Ark Fire Protection District. We've had a long-standing partnership, and we work together with an IGA, meaning we basically administer their fire department since the 1990s. What that means to you is your Salida firefighters are also South Ark firefighters. Their equipment and our equipment sit in the same barn. And it's going to be that way because we're independently, or not independent from each other, we're bound to each other. They basically do the wildland side of things, and we basically do the structural side of things. So we've been working on this IGA, and it's been no easy task because the IGA, when I got here, it was in kind of in dismal shape, to be quite honest with you. It was something that I would call a relic from the past. And I wanted to bring it up to a more progressive standard. But I think there must be a lack of understanding because in that IGA, South Arkansas is paying for all of the upgrades to the staff. So let's get into that a little bit. The current IGA, the South Arkansas Fire Protection District is paying $70,000 annually. Under the new plan, they will pay $250,000 annually. Additionally, they'll pay $150,000 towards a live burn facility, which there is not in the south side of the county, nowhere in the south side of the county, and an additional $30,000 a year to help pay for structural rigs. Over a 3-year period, they're going to add an additional $780,000. We've spent about 6 months working on this IGA. A lot is tied to this, to be quite honest with you. It's going to be devastating, quite frankly, if it doesn't go through. The reason they wanted to do this, the reason they wanted to pay for the firefighters' step increase is because we're not competitive in our wages at all. Currently, the Salida Fire Department sits at 23% below midpoint, 23% below. That's unfathomable to me. Promoted ranks, like Kathy, is sitting closer to 30% below midpoint. We have to pay our people. Currently, we do not have a step plan, a pay step plan. So there is no path forward. You don't know what you'll be paid in 5 years, 2 years, 10 years down the road. You have no idea what it might be. And we want to provide that for them because we want to have a stable fire department. So this has led to retention issues. There's been some talk that there hasn't been any retention issues. There has. Remember, I only got 12 people, right? So I lost one this year. He'd worked for the department for about 4 years, and he left. He went to a fire department and got a 32% pay raise without ever spending 1 minute working there. 32% to walk through that door. And people are seeing that. When I came here, there was some dissatisfaction with the fire department. I interviewed every single member. 4 of them said, I'm actively looking for alternative employment because we don't pay enough to feed my family. We have to pay our people. I've come up with a plan with the South Arkansas Fire Protection to do just that. There also is some misrepresentation that's bringing us up to midpoint, not even close to midpoint. We'll still be 13% behind midpoint. So those are some calculations that, they kind of startle me, to be honest with you. How do you retain work staff if you're not paying them? Additionally, it provides some essential new improvements to the fire department. It gives them that clear path forward that I was talking about. There's going to be training for driver operator. So now you're going to have trained professional driver operators. You're going to have a medical trainer that's going to help consolidate the medical information and track licenses for us. And we're going to bring our Swiftwater certification program in-house. So I think those are all very important. Now this is the part that isn't paid by the South Ark. And this is the part that Amy told you about was the reserve apparatus fund. So I've been in the fire industry for over 31 years. And one thing that always bothered me is the way we fund fire apparatus. We act like it's a surprise that it's going to happen. I can tell you exactly when you need to replace these apparatus. A pumper is 15 years and a tower is 30 years. They're due. It takes 4 years to build one of these apparatus. They're due. You're looking at a total bill of over $3.2 million to get those through the door. That's if I ordered them today, and I promise you the price is not going to go down as we move forward. So what we tried to do is be very responsible with the taxpayers' money and come up with a plan where we could start putting money into your savings account. So as opposed to running it like a government cycle based every 2 years, how about we know that we're going to need fire apparatus? And how about we start saving it, just like all of us would do in our savings account if we needed a new car. Additionally, South Ark is willing to put money towards that, $30,000 a year, and we put $170,000 a year. The tower's 27 years old, the engine's 11 years old, they both have problems, and it's gonna have to be taken care of. And I don't want you to think that we're footing all the bill. You gotta remember that South Arkansas is also footing the bill. This year they bought a wildland engine for $500,000. And after I looked through the fleet on that side of things, it looks like they have to spend nearly $1 million over the next year to bring that side up to terms and up to date. Additionally, we're trying to get a post-employment health care plan. So as you guys know, as firefighters, we're exposed to tons of different chemicals. I can't tell you the number of times that I've been exposed to different chemicals. On average, a firefighter will die 10 years earlier than most Americans. I established something back in the city and county of Denver that allowed us to put money aside to where we could use this for healthcare. So basically a little savings account so we can use for healthcare because quite frankly, your body gets beat up doing this job. None of my joints work. I'm a beat up mess, and it's important to have a place to go and to be able to afford healthcare when you get post-service. So Now let's talk about the new firehouse. Incredibly grateful for the new firehouse. That is an investment in this community that you will not regret. But let's not forget that it's 124 years old and it needed to be replaced. And I know that firehouses are expensive and they're very, very specific. We can't find any building and just shove a bunch of fire apparatus in it. That's never gonna work. But we are very thankful for that. However, it's not a luxury. This is just something that cities have to do. Eventually, a building wears out and it needs to be replaced. We did studies. We had independent people come in, and they showed you that it was a terrible building and needs to be replaced. So that's what's happening. Also remember that a firehouse is slated to last about 75 years. We're at 124. We really squeezed the juice out of the grape, if you know what I'm saying. I can't stress enough that the pay increases to the firefighters, that step plan, a path moving forward, a more reasonable move towards that midpoint is all being paid by the South Arkansas Fire Protection. It's not going to hit this budget. I worked very hard and I took it very, very seriously when they said we're going to have a flat budget. And I knew we had a problem in that area and I tried to address it the best we can. And I applaud our partners in the South Arkansas Fire Protection District for helping us. I do have something that does concern me, and it's the public safety funding. We have an influx of people into the town, and we're depending on sales tax to cover and meet their needs. So since we've had this great influx of people, where's the sales tax dollars? And I hope you guys are just as worried about that as I am, about basing your public safety on a fluctuating sales tax. I think that's very dangerous. So I ask you to consider what I said. I'm sure there had to be some misunderstanding about South Arkansas footing the bill for most of this, and please endorse that step plan. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Questions?
I have a question about timing. We have 6:30. I mean, how obligated are we to have to start that meeting, or do we just keep rolling?
You can keep rolling.
Because we have two.
Yeah, legally, you can keep.
Not that I don't.
And then just let everyone know that the regular city council meeting will start, well, I'm letting them know, that will start immediately after this work session. The work session is just going over.
Guess we'll just.
And before we go, some things that were knocked out of the budget was I wanted to have a wildland firefighter, wildland fire chief to help, and that position was denied. I'm going to see if South Arkansas won't pay for that as well. And also, we want to do a professional consultant fee for a master plan for the fire department to show the need to grow and potentially work into the south side of the district as opposed to just being Salida, because quite frankly, Ponch is getting kind of a free fire service out of us, and that needs to be addressed as well. I don't like to think of it as this, though. I mean, I'm a fireman. I've never asked anything about anybody I've helped. I've always just helped them. So I like to think of it as one community coming together. And that's really what we should think about the fire service in general throughout the south side of the district. So that's that master plan. And we also wanted to put impact fees. So the state makes it legal for the fire departments to put impact fees on development. And those were knocked out of the budget because there is no money. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. All right.
Can I ask a question really quick on that one?
You just did.
Two questions. Amy, is it just because the IGA is not signed yet that we still had to include that cost in our budget?
It is our cost, but we will be getting a revenue from the IGA.
Okay.
They currently pay us $70,000, and the proposal is that they will pay us $250,000.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have a work session about that IGA
Okay, thanks.
coming up, so we can really dive into the weeds then. Diesel.
Hi. So, I'm not going to read that. I don't expect you to read it. But in general, I will make some general comments about the budget. Yes, times are quite different than they've been over the past few years, kind of COVID, post-COVID, and I've been up here as the Department of Parks and Recreation and Quality of Life Services, really proposing things that we could do for better quality of life throughout the community. We don't have those this year. We're pausing, as has been the theme of the budget. And so that you guys know, I have been working with the county and Envision Chaffey County, and the county is going to write a letter of intent to the Trust for Public Lands to have access to some of their services, to investigate finding some funding at the county level, potentially going to a vote for recreation amenities, conservation, park development, and some things like that. Years down the road, but we're looking for other ways to fund what is, in 10 years, an $85 million deficit in just recreation amenities between BV, Salida, the county, Poncha. There's a lot that people want that we will never pay for with sales tax. So we are also seeking other ways to fund these kind of major projects. So pretty straightforward. Our cuts, we cut modular office at Marvin Park, something to split up Public Works and Parks and Recreation. In the summertime, it's very, very busy, especially with all of our seasonals. Public Works has moved their yard material out of Marvin Park, and it's become kind of a usable space for other things. And as you probably know, we at Parks and Recreation have been kind of wandering around the city trying to find a home. And so we were going to try that this year, see how it worked. We cut that. Park bathrooms, I'm going to come to you every year with a park bathroom. It's the very number one priority for the community and what they want to see are new and improved park bathrooms. We cut that. Tenderfoot, Hill, Stair, and S repair. We got a quote to repair the stairs going up to the hut and some work around the S. That didn't make it this year. And then I had asked for some software that's kind of some data it's straight up cell phone tracking software, so that we can see how many people go to our parks or go to the Scout Wave and where do they come from? Are they in town? Are they out of town? Do they go to restaurants afterwards? We took that out. Additionally, we took a $25,000 trail maintenance line item that we have traditionally. We took that out. $25,000 in tree maintenance. We cut $50,000 down to $25,000 and took out $40,000 in our for professional services for just our on-call planning and design team for parks and park development and stuff. We do have on the slate for next year resurfacing the pool floor. If you've been in the pool recently, that is at pretty much a dire need right now. So we've got the pool floor. We are going to replace a vehicle. We've got some plans for moving some parks vehicles over to arts and culture and replacing the trash truck that you see driving around town. A scoreboard for Marvin Park at the request of our recreation department, some technology, touchscreen stuff for our kiosk at the entrance of the pool. Pretty simple stuff just to make it easier to check in. We requested additional training for our lifeguards to maybe evolve a little bit out of the Red Cross model and into maybe a little bit more of a proactive, almost aggressive guarding model. So we've got some training for that. We added quite a bit. We added $30,000 to the recreation programming budget because that goes directly to basketball, football, baseball, all the things that you've seen these marked increases in over the past few years, where like last year we had a 1,000% increase in our participation rates for recreation program versus 2020. Granted, it was COVID, but that's where we're seeing huge growth, and that is almost 100% or is 100% offset by fees of people participating. That doesn't cover necessarily the salaries and wages of our employees, but that $30,000 that's going to go into football will get out of football with registration fees. And it's not $30,000 for football. Don't quote me on that.
For all kinds of things.
Right. Bear-proof trash cans, we've been slowly trying to replace year after year, park after park with some bear-proof trash cans. And staff requested a rough mower for our outlots and the places that are basically come up as weeds or Vandevere or places that our kind of more formal lawnmowers are not designed for. That's our, we also should be getting a $75,000 grant for improvements to the pedestrian area at the Coors boat ramp. So we'll be doing work down there to make it more friendly. I was down there this weekend. People are parking like in the like pedestrian area and where people are trying to have picnics. So, and we'll always be working on finding cheaper solutions for storage and office spaces for us, arts and culture. That's just kind of a standard. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Police.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'll keep this quick just because we're a little late right now. We've requested the hiring of 2 additional police officers. In there, I wrote down 12,000. That's actually inaccurate. It should have been, it's going to be somewhere between 11,000 and 11,500. I don't know why 12,000 is in there, but our call volume's got up since 2019 from 5,381 to probably 11,500 will be the number for this year. In that time span, we've added a community service officer. Those are great. They handle all the non-criminal side of things. Unfortunately, our criminal side of things has gone up exponentially and we are struggling to keep up. Just to give some example of staffing levels, in August, I had 19 days with 2 patrol officers on in the nighttime. On July, I had 18 days, and that's because of PTO time, training, injuries, people that are out with extended injuries, and it's just not safe anymore. Last night, before 8:30, we had a domestic and then a crazy female that got in a fight with one of my cops, and she was at the hospital for 2 hours with that client, leaving one officer handling a domestic, finishing it up, and then for whatever else came up. So that's the reality we're facing. That's why I'm asking for the additional help. Outside of that, we have a couple vehicle replacements that we need to do. The new thing is the 30,000 for design work. That would get us a plan that we can present to DOLA for the $1 million grant we're gonna try to get for the remodel. The contract systems, that encompasses a million different things, from policy, body cams, the camera systems, the investigation tools, the software, all that's lumped into that. That's why that number's so high. And then really the only need outside of the normal stuff is our ballistic shield that the tactical team uses is at the limit of expiration. So it technically will still stop around, but if somebody gets hurt, the city would be liable because it's past the manufacturer's warranty and what they will cover. So outside of that, mainly my big ask is the 2 people. We're definitely in need of that. Questions? Is that fast enough? Cover enough?
That was awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
We don't have a lot of time, but we do have time before we have to adopt the budget, okay? So we can bring your questions back next session if you would like. And if you're going to ask line item questions, I really would appreciate some heads up, because there's so many line items, and to just hear the numbers thrown out, unless I'm sitting at my computer looking at it, it's hard for me to answer. So if you wouldn't mind sending questions, concerns to us, and I will put together a presentation at our next work session and answer those for you. Unless you have something quick right now.
That makes a lot of sense. I like that plan.
And I think would just be good for us to just, if we're having trouble wrapping our heads around being below policy minimums, with that 725,000, really mull over and consider what would be on the chopping block for you.
Right.
And maybe not discussing
And
that
maybe
right now,
some
but-
direction on that. You know, do you want some ideas for what we could cut out next session? Or, you know, our revenues are projected fairly conservatively. I have a flat, the sales tax next year is even with this year. However, we're down this year from our budgets. So really, what in effect we're doing is projecting a 3% increase next year in sales tax over this year's projected actual.
So just food for thought.
And that's low from a historical perspective. You know, the last 10 years, we've averaged more like 8%, but I don't know. Yeah, I know. I think we need to stay conservative.
And Amy, didn't you say that the financial Ellers had predicted that we would be more than 725K off our fund
Right.
balances? And so
Right.
we were anticipating a 3-year climb out of this.
Right, exactly right.
And so we were not anticipating fixing it all in year one.
No,
It's not even built.
That's absolutely correct. And at 3 years is about the right time frame.
Okay.
And my two big questions are how things will change based on that South Arc fire, IGA issue, and then whether that, I can't remember what it's called, but the vehicle fund balance for the fire department. If
The
that was,
apparatus fund, yeah.
if the apparatus fund, if that were to remain in a fund balance.
It would, yes, it would be a fund balance, we would have, you adopt a resolution committing that money towards apparatus fund replacement in the future.
And if
it
that
would
were
be
to
a
remain in
reserve.
fund balance, then is that part of the, does it actually not contribute to the slippage below the minimum percentage?
In effect, you're right, yeah, good. Yeah, that's right.
Well, does anybody?
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
Send
yeah,
your
well, yeah,
questions
totally, thank you.
Probably to Christy, just because that's who you're supposed to send them to, and then she'll send them to me.
I promise to send him to Amy, though. 'Cause I won't.
Unless, would you rather them send them to me directly?
Well, you can send them to me, and if it's department specific, we can distribute appropriately and bring everything back into one bulk. So you can send everything to me. Just
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Yeah, thank you so much.
Did we have a 3-minute break?
Yeah, yeah, if we can just take a little bit of a break, and then we'll reconvene in, say, 4 minutes. Whenever you guys
That
get
sounds
back.
official.
I don't know. I like
Made me feel like I was doing something, but it was grossly inadequate. I wish there was a real shade on that door.
Is that what she's gonna be doing? Oh, congratulations. You must be so proud.
The traits that, it's pretty dark, you're 10 too.
Yeah, and still, the sun is winning.
2 years.
Okay.
But he's 2 years old.
All right, let's get up those lights.
Yeah, that's
Let me see. Oh, yeah, this was mostly the annexation of the school.
And if it doesn't happen, that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's all eight.
It's like a second reading, so it's like,
We want,
oh,
obviously, I'm only getting.
let's see if we can move through this and go home and take a nap.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it's, I do. Then we have a executive session.
Oh, yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. I don't want to get excited.
Don't forget. I want that to sneak up.
We've
I don't
had
think
so
it's
many of
over
those
when
this
it's
year.
not over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Endless.
Okay, that looks like we have everybody
It's like thinking it's.
We're back.
back. So I have 6:51. Let's get this regular meeting started. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call. Christie.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Fontana,
Here.
Critelli,
Present.
Happenfort,
Present.
Stevens,
Here.
Mayor Shore, absent. Quorum is present.
Hey, and the consent agenda, do we have anything discussion? To be a motion to combine and approve?
I just wanted to say I'm excited for the scooter bash with Ramson Alleys, and I'm excited to see my friend Ozzy Gartzman crush it out there. That's all.
All right, way to go, Ozzy.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move to combine and approve the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Nacarado, seconded by Councilmember Fontana to combine and approve the items on the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Christie?
Stevens,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Happenfort,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay, and then we have citizens. You're gonna beat me there. I am. Citizens comment. I'll just make a mention. This is an opportunity for the city council to hear from our community. The public will be limited to 3 minutes each. During your citizens comment, the city council may not respond to your comment this evening. Rather, they may take your comments and suggestions under advisement, and your questions will be directed to the appropriate department for follow-up if those suggestions are brought up. If necessary, also the city administrator will correct the public record. Starting off, we have John Barnholt.
Good evening, council. I'm going to kind of start from the end and work my way back. A couple of weeks ago, Resolution 2024.52, the annexation of Salida Quality Farms was done. And I just really want to thank the council for the amendment that allowed for the 200-foot buffer. My address, 7600 Meadowlark Drive. I'm at the east end of that, and that property that annex is right on the west end of my property, and it is self-serving, but I also feel that amendment was maybe a way to move forward with how we transition new property that's being developed, and how we move towards the rural properties that are just right outside the city limits. And so once again, I wasn't able to attend that meeting, I was sick, but I did watch all 2 hours and 45 agonizing minutes of it, you know? And it was very interesting. And so with that, I would really like to thank the applicant, Jim Treat, for coming up with a solution to our concerns, the Meadowlark residents' concerns. And I'd really like to thank the Places in Aging organization who really facilitated that meeting with Mr. Treat, and also the attendance of Catherine from the planning department at that meeting to really explain, not to take a position, to just to kind of, you know, make us clear on what the rules and regulations were and how we might move forward with it. So once again, thank you very much for what you did, and it's very much appreciated by the people of Meadowlark Estate, along with several other people who border the new annex property. Thank you.
Thanks. And up next, we have Peggy Barnholt.
Hi, I'm just going to piggyback on what John said. When we first met with Carolyn and Places to Age and Jim Treat, my solution was we all pitch in $50, buy Powerball tickets, and then we could buy the land when we won, but for some reason, that was voted down. So instead, we all worked together. We know that Mr. Treat was the force that we were all very grateful for. And, you know, and being a resident of lot number 1 and next to that proposed buffer, I also just want to say thank you very much. We're looking forward to being good neighbors. John was originally on that committee that became Places to Age as we work toward that. If any of you have children in the Salida schools, I've probably taught them in the last 6 years as a substitute teacher, and ending my 45-year teaching career here in Salida is very rewarding, and we're looking forward to being very good neighbors. And thank you all.
Thanks. And Adam Martinez.
Yeah, I would like to comment about rather two things. You guys had Debbie Clark's attorney at the last meeting. I told Chief Johnson during a break from the work session about 2 years ago, the Salida Police Department boarded up her house. And then after that point, the police gave Mrs. Adelman a van to live in, and then after that point, she began taking off the boards, and during that time, she's been living there ever since. And your city attorney is well aware of it. And in essence, I was wondering if the city could get a cease and desist order on there, or because I don't know anything about it, Nina would know something about it. And on the other hand, I had asked the last time if city administrator Chrissy Dooms was a city manager, and I didn't get a response, but it sounded to me like she is. And in essence, I want to really emphasize that Salida is not a home rule city, never been, never will be. And if Mrs. Dooms wants to work in a home rule city, I suggest that she find one. In essence, because, you know, with stuff that is coming out of the Mountain Mail and the news outlets, in essence, Mrs. Dooms is really beginning to piss me off, and I think it would be it would be good if she would tell us the truth and resign. Thank you.
Okay.
I do just want to make sure it's clear that Christy Dune is our city administrator, and her job is to manage the city. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Christy Olson.
Hello, thank you, Council. My name's Christy Olson. I'm a full-time resident of Salida. And basically, I was just watching YouTube today, and I thought, well, why don't I ride my cruiser bike down to town and go watch the meeting in person? And I was watching the meeting because I read in Arc Valley Voice today that XL was going to be coming to speak. And so I listened to that, and I just want to say thank you for having XL, because I was, as a citizen, I'm just wondering like why the electricity has gone out a number of times recently. So thank you very much. And I wanted to, as I was sitting here, I thought, well, why don't I step up and just ask the same question about Spectrum? Because for about 8 years, I've been at the co-work, which is just a block down the street, and Spectrum has gone out a number of times. So it'd be lovely to get information from them about what's going on with their services and the outages. And one thing that would be super interesting to know is if there's any kind of correlation between the power outages and Spectrum. And maybe that information exists, but as a citizen, just be great to learn a little bit more about that utility as well. So there's my request. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody online?
Yep.
That's all I had. So I'll close citizen comment. And we have a proclamation declaring September 15th to October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas each year, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the day of September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. And whereas Hispanic heritage holds an indelible place in the heart and soul of our nation, and National Hispanic Heritage Month reminds us that the American identity is a fabric of diverse traditions and stories woven together. Since the beginning, our country has drawn strength and insights from Hispanic writers, scientists, soldiers, doctors, entrepreneurs, academics, and leaders in labor and government. Our culture has been enriched by the rhythms, art, literature, and creativity of Hispanic peoples, and our deepest values have been informed by the love of family and faith that is at the core of so many Hispanic communities. All of these contributions help us realize the promise of America for all Americans. And whereas the city of Salida is committed to supporting all members of our community, now, therefore, the city of Salida does hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2024 as National Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Salida. And up next, we have unfinished business, ordinance 2024-17, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, annexing to the City of Salida a certain tract of land in unincorporated Chaffee County known as the Salida School District Annexation. This is a second reading and a public hearing. And we are going to hear from Catherine Dunleavy.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much. Yes, this is the second reading and a public hearing for ordinance 2024-17. So my apologies for not correcting that in the agenda item on your CAF, but it is the second reading. So this is the 4.43 acre property located at 627 Oak Street, known as the Salida School District annexation. The annexation process is a multi-step process that must follow state statutes for contiguity and procedural requirements. This process has followed that state process, and it meets all of the requirements for an annexation. Discussion at the first reading for this ordinance was regarding payment of fees in lieu, and the council had amended the ordinance with conditions, adding in conditions of approval for those payments of fee in lieu. that are in the pre-annexation agreement, and you had moved them into the ordinance. Well, the school district has paid that entire fee in lieu portion last week. So the fees in lieu for street improvements and for the tree requirement has been removed since we have that payment. There's no need for those conditions of approval. So you will not see those in the ordinance you are approving tonight. The annexation meets all of the findings of fact that are required for an annexation. And I guess with that, you have a motion. It was proposed for recommendation, Planning Commission proposed that you recommended approval of this ordinance, and I am here to answer any questions you have. And I believe there's a representative from the school district online if you have any questions for them.
Any questions before we get started? Okay, well then I'd up next, hearing from the applicant, if they would like to share.
Oh, Sheila's here, I'm sorry. There may also be somebody online.
Yeah. Okay. I'm Sheila Moore with the Salida School District. We are asking for the annexation for the main purpose of fire protection. So the water will help with the state mandated system for those two schools, because both alternative schools will be housed there now. And so we would appreciate your vote tonight. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer anything.
Questions? Okay, well, up next, if there's no questions, it would be public comment. Do we have anybody signed up? Okay, no public comment. And I guess there's nothing to rebut. And anything, I mean, unless there is something that you'd like to, anybody want to rebut? City staff, would you like to rebut anything? And yeah, next would be just general council questions. Anything at all? If no, I will close the public hearing and we will move on to preliminary council discussion. Who would like to begin?
I would offer a motion.
I will hear it.
I move to approve ordinance 2024-17, approving the annexation of approximately 4.43 acres known as the Salida School District annexation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, first made by Pappenford, seconded by Councilmember Stevens, to approve ordinance 2024-17, approving the annexation of approximately 4.43 acres known as the Salida School District annexation. Any further discussion?
Fontana?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Nacarado?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Pappenford?
Yes.
Critelli?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, moving on, we have ordinance 2024-18, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Salida zoning certain real property known as the Salida School District annexation as Commercial C1 Zone District. This is a second reading and a public hearing.
Okay, so this is 2024-18. So state statute requires that within 90 days of annexing a property, that property come under the city's zoning. So this is for that zoning, and the proposal is that it be zoned to commercial C1. That is the most appropriate district that we currently have in our zoning ordinance for a school site. And it is the zoning that you'll see directly adjacent to the property with the fire station just to the north, and the properties that are in the city to the south. So the C1 zoning for the site is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's consistent with the purpose of the zone district. It's compatible. And with that, Planning Commission did recommended that council approve the C1 zoning, as does staff, and there is a motion there for you.
Okay. Any questions right off the top of your heads?
No questions.
And up next, we'd hear from the applicant, if the applicant has anything more to add or to say.
We did the recommendation of your staff.
Okay. Okay, and open it up to public comment. Anybody signed up? No public comment, nothing to rebut. I imagine no further questions from council.
Correct.
I would make a motion.
Okay, well, let me close the
Oh,
public hearing
sorry.
first. And then preliminary discussion. Who would like to begin?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve ordinance 2024-18, an ordinance of the city of Salida, Colorado zoning certain real property known as the Salida School District annexation as commercial C1.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Nacarado and seconded by Councilmember Fontana to approve ordinance 2024-18, an ordinance of the city of Salida, Colorado zoning certain real property known as the Salida School District annexation as commercial C1. Any further discussion?
Stevens?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Fratelli?
Yes.
Nacarado?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Pappenford?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, moving on to new business. Resolution 2024-54, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, making findings of fact, determinations, and conclusions concerning the Salida School District annexation. Is that also you, Catherine?
All right, so Resolution 2024-54 is to approve the findings of fact for the Salida School District annexation. State statute requires cities to approve findings that the proposed annexation has met the requirements of the state of Colorado. The notice in the paper was provided for 4 consecutive weeks. The appropriate notice was mailed by certified mail. A public hearing has been held on September 3rd, and it determined that the annexation was in compliance with state statute. And with that, there is a motion there that staff recommends to approve the findings of fact.
Any questions? A motion, perhaps?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move to adopt Resolution 2024-54, approving the findings of facts for the Salida School District annexation.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second made by Councilmember Pappenford, seconded by Councilmember, what's your name? Fontana. There we go. To adopt Resolution 2024-54, approving the findings of facts for the Salida School District annexation. Any further discussion?
Pappenford?
Yes.
Critelli?
Yes.
Nacarado?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, and next we have Resolution 2024-55, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Salida and Salida School District, R32J, presented by Chief. I just said it because your name's on there.
Oh, that's right. You were going to write it and I was going to say it. Here.
I wrote it, but.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just the standardized IGA between us and the school on the SRO position. Just wanted to point out that we're still not at a position where they're funding any of this. I did contact them, I don't know, 6-7 weeks ago when we started prepping for our budget season to say, hey, it's time to get back to paying again. So they're off a set from us, so their next cycle will be in June. So I already talked to them. We're going to be on the agenda to talk about funding half that position going into next school year. They already approved this through their board without us having any input or comment. I didn't see anything wrong with that, but I did want to note that out, that they just went ahead and approved it without us looking at it first. Any questions?
I just had a question. So this started out with the school district going in half of the amount, right?
So we originally had a 50-50 split for one SRO. It was working out. Then we went to 2 SROs because, quite frankly, one's not enough for our district. We had the 2, COVID hit, their funding got shaken up. We pulled the position back and they haven't paid since. So we're still at that point today.
Okay, so just like never went back at any point? Okay.
They've been in a budget issue since COVID, so they've got to find some money to help offset it though next year.
Okay.
Well, Chief Johnson, I thought this agreement was a huge improvement over the one before. It seems to me that it's very clear who is your supervisor in what situation, and I just really appreciate your work on this. I think it's very awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely improved over what we had in 2020, 2021. I think that's a bit of the hang up is the school wants some control, but ultimately that person works for us in the city, so we're going to tell them what they can and can't do. And that's the hang up on some of the funding issues, but I think we'll get that solved this year.
Yeah.
No, just thank you for this. I appreciate it. And especially, it goes in our favor that Officer Tucker received the award she received this year. So hopefully they also recognize that. And that, helps them make a decision about a second SRO officer.
Yeah, she's doing an outstanding job.
And I'll say even just like the results over the years of the survey, student-led, and then even getting school staff involved, that this last one, we are making headway and moving in a positive direction from each year. And a more positive relationship there with the students that it seems to be going really well, so.
She would probably know 85 to 90% of them by name, which is, that's 400 students, so that's pretty challenging.
That's pretty good. Happy with that direction. Anything else from council, maybe?
Do you need a motion?
I would love one.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-55 to approve a new intergovernmental agreement with the Salida School District for the purpose of providing a school resource officer.
Second. You can have it.
I have a motion, and wait, was that a tie or?
I think it was, like a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I'm giving it to him.
Okay. I made a motion made by Council Member Fontana, seconded by Council Member Stevens to approve Resolution 2024-55, approving a new intergovernmental agreement between the City of Salida and Salida School District for a school resource officer. Any further discussion?
Let's vote.
Fontana,
Yes.
Nacarano,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Papenfort,
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, wow, that was just a blur. We're moving on to council reports. That's awesome. Councilmember Fontana?
Yes, so I have a couple things. Last month, I talked about the school zones and our speeds in the school zones and watching out for the kids and such, so just continue being cautious for that. I'd like to congratulate the school district on moving forward with their annexation and expanding their schools and all of that. The school board, the staff, and all of those people work very hard on that. Welcome back to the teachers, and hopefully cheers to a good school year this year. Thank you to the finance department. I know they put in a lot of work on that, and also the department heads with their fiscal responsibility. It's definitely hard to do a budget, and to cut a budget is even harder. And they're being very responsible to the citizens with their sales tax and the revenues. The other thing, I did talk to our fire chief, and I want to thank him for that conversation. It was very good, and his training to our staff. I know that some of the staff went to some trainings, and from what I heard, it was very positive. So I appreciate him and his staff in bringing the city of Salida up to date on exactly what's happening. Last thing, so I did very much like this portion of the budget where it was the elements to consider. In fact, I made made copies of this, handed it out to all of my staff today, and said, all of them are like, when did you get so, so down to the letter about all of this stuff? And I said, well, it's always been like that, but really it's from the city. So my staff really appreciated it, and the guidelines of being professional, accountable, big picture thinker, good steward, advocate, community builder, decision maker, and being ethical. It applies to all of us and in a business as well. So I appreciate that being in there.
All right. Thank you. Up next, Council Member Nakarado.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Okay. And Council Member Martin?
I hope everybody had a good and safe Labor Day, and thank you to those who serve. I did get a chance to go check out the Vic on Wednesday night. Congratulations to Greg and Kate and Kyle, all of the new caretakers, not owners, as I like to put it. Yeah, it was really cool to be in there, and I hope everyone gets to stop in soon. I wanted to give a little bit of clarification for Christy on the a direction I gave for a DEI session. So I just wanted to really quick acknowledge that this topic, it might seem uncomfortable, and I'm also learning in this too. And I just, more than anything, just hope to have a safe space to foster an open environment, and just all of us can, just how we can ultimately best serve all of our constituents that we have in our respective wards. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was one of the Arc Valley Voice articles that I read within the last few weeks. The title was "The Salida City Council Meeting Lasts More Than 3 Hours." So I want to thank you to the press for sitting here during our in-depth discussions and reporting on them. I want to say thank you to city staff for your patience as well as we ask all of our questions, and for your understanding that we cannot come into city chambers with our minds already made up. So when we ask our questions, it's because we are hoping to make the best decisions that we can. I want to say thank you to our constituents who either come for a 3-minute public comment, maybe they're just here to support a friend who has something that they're discussing, or maybe they're coming online just to observe and to educate themselves. So thank you to them, and thank you to City Council and our mayor. We all dedicate so much of our time elsewhere, and so I know that we're in our city chambers for about 10 hours a month, and I think for what we do for setting policy, I just really appreciate spending these 10 hours with you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pappenfort?
Embracing Aging is coming up on the 13th, so I encourage everybody to go and see what's on offer there. That's going to be at the fairgrounds. And I wanted to say congratulations to Tina for her grant, for her personal work, because she's an incredible artist in addition to all the things that she brings to us here at the city. And then to tag on to what Wales said about the Vic, I understand that in the hall by the bathrooms, there is a Lazy Alien poster. And so at Denny's celebration of life, certainly there was a lot of talk about the Lazy Aliens because they were our house band for decades, So be sure to check it out. If you haven't, it's in an older style than what we're used to seeing. When it came out in the 80s, they went further back in time than that, and they have lots of things on the wall that are really cool. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Stevens?
I just want to say thank you to all the department heads that showed up here tonight. Thank you for everything that you guys do. It was very eye-opening tonight. Thanks to the finance department there for putting all this together for us. I know it's a lot. There's a lot going on in there. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to the council. Thanks for everything you guys do. That's all I got.
Thanks. Oh, my report. I'll second that. Especially
when we're moving into a more fiscally conservative place. I know it's really hard to make the hard cuts, and I really appreciate that being stated and presented, and I see that effort because everybody, believes that what they are doing is the most important and needs the most resources. And in times when we don't have all of those resources, it becomes a lot of a more painful discussion. So I do appreciate that, and we definitely feel it up here as well. And to also just go back to what Councilmember Martin was saying about 3-hour-long meeting and how long meetings are. I think they should, and I think it's okay for our meetings to be long. That means that we're having thoughtful discussion in here. That means that we really care. The times that we kind of blow through things, it feels kind of a lot more chaotic. I don't think that that's something that we should shy away from. Thoughtful conversation, communication. This is literally where the ideas are born. And it's important to have those thoughts be stated at a public meeting out loud in the sunshine, right? So it doesn't look like we've made these decisions behind closed doors. So just to really, put a double stamp on what Councilmember Martin was saying is I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think it's actually a good thing. And this is coming from somebody who happens to like my family and my house, so I would rather be there a lot of nights. But this is important work, and it requires that time and effort. And I hope to see more of that, and to welcome that in the future, and not to dishearten it or to put a damper on it. That would be doing a disservice to what we're doing up here. That's all I have. Treasurer report.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I would also like to echo thanks to city staff and specifically the finance director and her staff for all the hard work that they've done on the budget. I think they've done a really great job. So that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. Attorney report.
She does not have a report.
Okay. And any updates, department updates?
I just want to reiterate how much I enjoy working for this community.
All right. Obviously. And guys, instead of wanting to leave, I love this place so much. I want to move to go into an executive session for the purpose of conferencing with the city attorney, for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS section 24-6-402 4B, and for the purpose of determining positions relative to the matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing strategy for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under CRS section 24-6-402 4E, and the following additional details are provided for identification purposes. Legal advice regarding lawsuit brought by the town of Poncha Springs Tailwind Group LLC and Full Views Matter LLC against the city of Salida, and related discussions of next steps and negotiating parameters after August 26, 2024 court-ordered mediation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. So I have to read that again. We had a motion, a second. The motion was to, right? I have to read it again. Yeah, of course. The motion was to move into executive session for the purpose of conferencing with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS section 24-6-402 4B, and for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing strategy for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under CRS section 24-6-402 4E, and the following additional details are provided for identification purposes. Legal advice regarding lawsuit brought by the town of Poncha Springs Tailwind Group LLC and Full Views Matter LLC against the city of Salida, and related discussions of next steps and negotiating parameters after August 26, 2024 court-ordered mediation. Any further discussion?
discussion.
Vote to see if we can go.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Critelli.
Yeah.
Motion passed.
Where are you going? I say drink. No, you can go. You can go. Go. I was kidding, go. You want to see it to the end?
That's my favorite.
You guys want to see it too? They don't really. Justin, pull us back.
Okay. Well, hold on.
Bring us back, Justin.
Okay. The time is now 8:50. The pen does not write on this highlighter. PM. And the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Jessica Cortelli, Suzanne Fontana, Aaron Stevens, Wales Martin, Dominique Nacarado, Elisa Pappenfort, Christy Dune, Nina Williams, Marnie Kloster, Christy Jefferson, David Lady, and Amy Tahanovich. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next agenda item is that I move to direct special counsel, general counsel, and pertinent city staff to respond to plaintiff's counsel and attempt to complete negotiation and agreement of a term sheet by our next meeting on September 17th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The motion was, dang it, to direct special counsel, general counsel, and pertinent city staff to respond to plaintiff's counsel and attempt to complete negotiation and agreement of a term sheet by September 17th. Any further discussion?
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Fontana.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. The only next thing I have on the list is a motion to adjourn. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Never opposed.
They're good. They're good.
All right. Have a good